A very good afternoon to one and all. We would like to start the event by showcasing the official video of the TED journey and purpose. We thank you for joining us today.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello and welcome, everyone, to TEDxIIMShillong. Bringing a TEDx event to our community has always been an ambition for us. The journey to bring the global TED experience to our community through inspiring interactions has finally come to fruition. TEDxIIMShillong has grown from strength to strength, with some exemplary ideas being presented on stage. In a short span of time, it has crafted a remarkable niche for itself, with the previous editions having been graced by a wide array of marquee speakers who have left the audience invigorated with their ingenuity and novel ideas. Owing to the circumstances, TEDxIIMShillong is being hosted in a virtual capacity.
It is often said that the beautiful amalgamation of our solo experiences in life are those strokes of colors which, when come together, paint a scenic big picture. Mosaic pulls its building block from this very concept of life. In individuality, the bits and pieces of a mosaic are just mere words which, when put together, spin a story worth sharing. Hence, the theme for this year's TEDxIIMShillong is Mystical Mosaics. We would now like to welcome Chair of Student Affairs, Placements and Public Relations to address the gathering, and thereafter we commence the event officially.
Very good afternoon to all of you, dear esteemed speakers for today's event, faculty members, officers, and students of IIMShillong, and all audience. I extend my greetings to all and welcome you to the 7th annual edition of TEDxIIMShillong, one of the flagship events of IIMShillong. Well, at the outset, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers for accepting our request to be a flag bearer for this event. And it is indeed a matter of pride for all of us to listen to the stalwarts like them. I'm sure all students and audience would gain a lot of insights that is going to come directly from horse's mouth. Through TEDx, we endeavor to fire the spark of innovation and out-of-box thinking in our students by roping in speakers who have proven their mettle and strength in diverse fields. And our event is also noteworthy in bringing the discussion, deliberation, and the focus towards the entrepreneurship and out-of-box thinking. I am delighted to welcome today speakers who have achieved great heights in diverse fields. Mrs. Chetna Gala Sinha, Dr. Hari Prasad Kovila Mudi, Mr. Prakash Singh, Mr. Nihad Panju, Ms. Kavita Krishnamurthy, Ms. Phoebe Dale Nongrum, Ms. Suman Gopalan, and our very own alumnus, Mr. Roshan Farhan. With this, I once again welcome you all to the TEDxIIMShillong and hope that through this event, we explore, discuss, and deliberate on various ideas. Now, I'd request Aditi and Andrea to take this event forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address. We are very glad to have you here in this event. Starting with our first speaker. Our first speaker is an inspiring woman for the journey that she has undertaken to empower other women and create a learning and growing community of independent individuals.
We have with us Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha. She is a banker and started India's first rural women's bank. She is one of the 6 co-chairs of World Economic Forum Davos 2018. She has also been awarded the Nari Shakti Puraskar, which is the highest civilian award for recognizing the achievements and contributions of women in India. She is a Yale Fellow, a Schwab Fellow, and an Ashoka Fellow. She received the Forbes India Leadership Award 2017, Entrepreneur with Social Impact, and the Janki Devi Bajaj Puraskar Award for Rural Entrepreneurship 2005. She also spoke at TED 2018 in Vancouver. We are excited to have her present her speech.
Namaskar, I'm Chetna Sinha. I started the first rural women bank in India, Mandeshi Bank. Let me share with you the story of this bank. How was it started? You know what? These are the women who came with me to start the bank are ordinary women. They never had education, no degrees, no exposure. Ordinary women who did extraordinary things in their lives. They came together and we started and set up the first rural women's bank, Mandeshi Bank in India. But before sharing the history of these women, why don't I share my history? I was born and raised in Mumbai. When I was doing my undergraduation program in Mumbai University, I met a Gandhian leader, Jayaprakash Narayan, who was moving from universities to universities and appealing youth to work in the villages of India. I got very passionate about working in the village of India. I joined the movement. I met Vijay Sinha, my husband, who was a local farmer leader, very dynamic. He was not highly educated, but he could pull the crowd. Decided to marry him. I left Mumbai and came to his small village, Maswar, in state of Maharashtra, a drought area. Met so many brave women. Before I come to the bank's history, why don't I share one of the brave women during pandemic? You know what happened? Families and families were getting affected by COVID. Some of the women couldn't get the facility of getting the HRCT scan done because nobody was ready to take them. One of our lady, she went on bicycle and get her HRCT done. And with that, you can see the braveness of our women. These women have never been to the school. No exposure, no degree, no travel. Ordinary women who did extraordinary things. How did the bank started? A street vendor, Kantabai. She came to me and she said, I want to do savings. This is in 1994. Kantabai came to me and said, I want to do savings. My first question was, do you even have money to save, Kantabai? You are doing your business on the street. But Kantabai was insistent. She said, I want to buy a tarpaulin sheet. The summers here are very harsh and sun is very harsh. The degree generally in May would be 50 degrees Celsius here. So I want to have a shelter for my family. I don't have house. I stay on the street. I want to open a saving account. I went to different banks with Kantabai to get her account open. Bankers denied. Why? Because her amount was too small for the saving account. I felt that why don't I start the bank for women like Kantabai? We applied for the banking license, but our license was denied. Why? Because our women had a thumb impression they were not educated, and the Reserve Bank officer told us that we cannot issue a license to the bank whose promoting members are non-literate. I came back, I was crying, I was nervous. But our women said, why are you crying? Bank RBI denied the license because we are not educated. We will learn to read and write from today. That's what our women said. And our literacy classes started. And every day our women would come to the read and write. We applied again after 5 months. At that time, I didn't go alone. With me, 15 women accompanied to RBI. And you know what they told RBI officer? They said, we cannot read and write, but we can count. And they challenged the officer, saying that ask us to calculate the interest of any principal amount. If we fail, don't issue the license, but tell your officers to do it without calculator and see who can calculate faster. Needless to say that we got the banking license. And I'm so proud to share with you that Kantabai could construct her house also. And you know what? There are so many lessons I've learned from our women. When we were doing digital banking, our women were ready for the digital banking. And we were trying to tell them that for digital banking, you will require a PIN number. But our women were not very happy with the PIN number. They said, why don't you suggest something else? So then our women said that what about the thumb? And when we actually adopted the biometric with the digital banking, and when we did this, you know what our women said? They said, see, a PIN number anybody can steal, but nobody can steal my thumb. And our digital banking started. And by listening to our women that nobody can steal my thumb, the lessons I learned from them is never give poor solutions to poor people. And this is how even we started the first business school for women. And at our business school, we have various innovative courses. One of the courses, Paravets, where a village women get trained to do insemination and vaccination. Insemination is highly job that is done by the male doctors. But our women came forward, they learned, and they didn't bother what villagers are saying. I'm so proud to share with you that our goat doctors has been celebrated by the award given by Niti Aayog in Delhi also. Some of our goat doctors flew from their village, and not only that, they got the award, and the village leaders came to their house and had tea. The Sunita Kamble, our goat doctor, she broke century-old caste barrier in the village. These are the brave ladies which I have been sharing. But you know, not only with the wisdom I learned from our women was very different. Kerabai, who came to our bank, and she said that we should do something about drought. I told Kerabai that we are bank, how are we going to work on drought? You know what she said? That there is such a bad drought, there is no water, no fodder, and in search of water, if we leave this area, with whom are you going to do banking? Kerabai was right. So we started a cattle camp where thousands of farmers came at one place with their animals, and water and fodder was made available. This was in 2012 and 2018. More than 14,000 animals were placed at one place, and fodder and water was made available, and nearly 7,000 farmers stayed at this place. After the cattle camp, we realized that this disaster is going to come frequently. So Kerabai said we should work on water, and we started building the check dams. During the cattle camp, to bring the hope to the farmers, Kerabai used to sing, and she became very famous. And then, after the cattle camp was over, after it rained, Kerabai came to our radio, Mandeshi radio, and she said that I want to feature my own program. I have become very famous in the cattle camp. So the same question was asked to Kerabai by our radio manager, that Kerabai, you do not know read and write. Kerabai, you do not know to read and write. How are you going to make your poems? You know what Kerabai said? I make my poem in my room. And she started narrating her poems and featured the program regularly. Kerabai became a famous radio jockey, Mandeshi radio jockey. And I'm so proud that today Kerabai is invited by so many radios to sing and narrate her poems on the radio. And Kerabai is known as RJ Kerabai. In this whole journey, even younger generation is ahead. Let me share with you the story of Sarita Bhise. She was the herder. She was wearing sheep and goat. When she was entering into the high school, she was given a bicycle to go to school by Mandeshi. This is a very regular program which Mandeshi does, which provides a bicycle for girls to go to school. Sarita got that bicycle, but her legs had that strength because of the rearing sheep and goat. And she got into the sports program of Mandeshi Champions, and she became a champion in field hockey. And she led the state team of field hockey and played at the national field hockey team of India. Sarita Bhise comes from the shepherd community. But you can see that these women from Kantabai, Kerabai, Sarita Bhise, they have been pioneer in setting up the bank, digital banking, parabets, and the sports. These women, they came forward, and you know the courage they had. And Kerabai always says that my courage is my capital. And when I see these courageous women, I feel their courage is my capital. And I'm appealing all of you that you will find hundreds and thousands of such courageous women. It may be somewhere in your backyard. Please go and find them. Their courage can be your capital also, your courage also. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful speech, ma'am. These empowering stories have truly been an inspiration and gave us a lot to learn from. If you kindly permit, we would like to open the floor for any questions from the attendees. If anybody has any questions, I request you to raise your hands for the same, and we will highlight you. All right, we have a question. Yes, Akriti, you can go ahead with your query. Ma'am is here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, it's really inspiring to hear all these stories of these women who broke the glass ceiling and reached the skies. But I'd like to know more about your journey of empowering these women. Starting from minimum literacy to cultivating an entrepreneurial mindset, it must have been a thrilling journey.
Thanks. So, I mean, when these women actually, they have never been to the school, but when they decide to start the livelihood or entrepreneurship, generally what happens with these women, when they decide to do some businesses in their family, they will say like, make sure we don't have any capital to give you. If you make any losses, we are not going to bear it. The door is open, you will have to leave the house. That is the ecosystem of the family and the society. And if you go to the macro ecosystem like banks, they don't have collaterals. Banks do not even open their accounts, or there is no question of giving them loan. So the whole ecosystem is working against them. Then who is supporting them, or how do they go forward? The most important part I see is that one thing which supports them is their own wisdom. They have their own wisdom, they take the risk, and gradually, slowly, they start the business. And when they start the business, as I've shared so many stories, I would also share that some of the women like Manisha Jimal, coming from the Dalit community, using the cell phone and WhatsApp, she had to drop out, but she's now using that to sell her goats and buffaloes milk. So when they do this and they get the confidence, that is the spark which they get in their own life, and they become the role model of other women. So I do see that their whole journey of the challenges actually creates the roadmap for the other women to follow that journey. And it's very interesting that these women, I mean, we have seen with Mandeshi that nearly half of the million of women entrepreneurs, they have carved their own journey, but they have left that their journey has left the roadmap for other women to follow. And I see that not only in the women in this part of India, but in the other India. And I always find that these are the courageous women who are going to change the index of the entrepreneurship and gender and entrepreneurship in India.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really inspiring to hear all these stories.
Thanks.
All right, thank you for your question, Akriti. After Akriti, we have Ashwati with a query.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It was really great and inspiring to hear your story. I have something else to ask you. I have heard that you have been associated in a movement with Jayaprakash Narayan, sir. So it would be great if you could share us some of the memories, some of the moments with us.
Thanks, Akruti, for asking me this question. So I was actually I was in Bombay University doing my undergraduate program. And that was the time in late 70s when Gandhian leaders who actually came forward against emergency in India. And anyway, the Janta government had already was in power. But Jayaprakash Narayan, a Gandhian leader, always believed that the change of the government in Delhi is not going to change India. If somebody wants to change India, the young people should go and work in the villages of India. And that appealed me, and I got very passionate about it. And so I joined this organization and I started working in the villages of India. I also went to Bihar, and I participated in the land struggle, which was fought against the feudal structure of the feudal lords who were the landlords. And the one interesting thing in the land struggle I found and I learned from the villages, this is a Mushahar community, one of the most backward community. They came together, fought against the landlords and feudal lords, but the women who participated, and I'm talking about late 70s and early 80s, they said that we are part of this land struggle, but when we are struggling for the land rights, we would also say that when the pattas are given, distributed to the household where women have participated in the morchas, land should be given in their name. And I'm so proud to share with you that being a part of that movement, the whole land title, whenever government should give the land title, it should be given in both the names, women and men. And for that movement, I was the part of that movement, and that changed the national policy of this country, that pattas, when they are given by the government, women names should be included. So I salute to all those women who have never been to the school, who could never do, they are Dalit women, but they led the movement and made sure that the further generation of women should get the property rights.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering that question.
Thanks.
Thank you for your question, Ashwati. Thank you, ma'am, for your time and your inspiring words. These stories have truly been revolutionary. And as a token of our appreciation, we would like to present a memento to you. These mementos will be reaching to you, ma'am, very shortly in the physical format as well. Given that we are online, this is what we wanted to present to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the next speaker for the day is Dr. Hari Prasad Kovalamudi. He is an anesthesiologist and the president of the hospitals division of the first corporate chain of hospitals in India, the Apollo Hospitals Group. Dr. Prasad is the first doctor outside Europe to be honored with a fellowship of the College of Emergency Medicine, UK, and the first in India to receive a fellowship of the International Federation for Emergency Medicine. He is also the course director for the paramedic training program in collaboration with Stanford University. He is on the board of directors of the Apollo Institute of Hospital Administration. We are very excited to hear Dr. Prasad speak on the topic, Change to Survive, Survive to Change.
Hello. To begin with, let me thank TEDx for this opportunity, and I hope to stimulate a few of your gray cells in the brain over the next quarter of an hour. Change is the only constant. All of us have heard about this, most of us agree with it, and all of us resist it. Irrespective of what we do, we need to be prepared to change, to survive, and also survive to change. Change is all around us. As the saying goes, it is not the strongest or the most intelligent who survive, but those who can best manage change that survive. Startups is the new in thing, and thousands of startups have evolved around the world. And I'm sure some of you are inclined towards the startup culture. What is the startup culture? As I understand, from my young successful entrepreneur son, it is a creative, non-rigid and passion-driven culture, and is pretty popular among the millennials. Is this culture restricted to the millennials? Is there an age limit? Well, listen to this real life story. The story is of a sweet 94-year-old Chandigarh woman. It is about Mrs. Kaur, a 94-year-old lady in Chandigarh. As a housemaker, Mrs. Kaur was always passionate about cooking and feeding people. She was happy in the role, but no one asked her about her own desires. Finally, at the age of 90, during a conversation with her daughter, Mrs. Kaur expressed the desire to start something on her own because she didn't want to sit idle at home. She started off by making 5 kilos of a sweet to sell. She set up a stall at a local weekend market in Chandigarh, and in 2016, everything that she put up for sale was sold within an hour. For the next 4 years, she continued to sell the sweet, pickles, and other things in Chandigarh, which got her featured in the local media. When the pandemic hit, she found a silver lining in it. With the help of her grandchildren, she was able to streamline her production and scale it up. Due to the lockdown and fears concerning the virus, a lot of people wanted to order home-cooked food, and she started a delivery service. Today, they receive about 70% of the orders through social media and 30% through word of mouth. Last year, the famous industrialist, Mr. Anand Mahindra, picked up an article on her and tweeted her as the Entrepreneur of the Year. She is truly an entrepreneur, and age is only a number. Truly inspiring. Ideas, dreams, and aspirations do not come with an expiry date, and there is no ideal time to pursue them. No individual should ever give up. If at the age of 90 she was able to, each one of us must be convinced about our ability to chase our dreams and reach our goals. Having spoken about Mrs. Kaur, I would like to share some of the personal experiences that I had in life. In my younger days, I was a cricketer and played Ranji Trophy for Hyderabad. I was fully into cricket and neglected my studies. I barely managed to pass. With difficulty, I got into medicine. Having got into medicine, I quickly realized that these were two full-time jobs, either cricket or medicine, and I had to give up one. I had to change from cricket to medicine, and I did. I left cricket, gave up cricket completely, and took up medicine seriously, and here I am today. So the decision to change at that point of time in my young days did make a difference in my life. And once I finished my MBBS, I wanted to do orthopedics because that was the glamorous subject at that point of time. But my father wanted me to do anesthesiology, as he believed that as an anesthesiologist, I would be involved with more specialties and not just be restricted to orthopedics. There was a lot of discussion, and I had to change my thought process from orthopedics to anesthesiology. And I did. Although there was a resistance, I did make the decision. And looking backward, I'm really happy I made the decision, because anesthesiology is one subject which gives scope for a lot of man management, processes and systems which I have benefited in the later part of my life. The next story is about my dad's hospital. He had one of the oldest hospitals in Hyderabad, a 150-bedded nursing home. And it was always thought that I would finish my studies and come back and take over the hospital from him. Just as I was able to settle down in the dad's hospital, I got a call from Dr. Reddy, chairman of Apollo Hospitals, asking me to join him. I was not too convinced, because here I was running my own hospital and I had an invite to join Apollo Hospitals. But Dr. Reddy came and told me, if you continue to work in your hospital for your lifetime, you would only be able to impact the community around you. If you come and join Apollo, I have plans to go around the country and worldwide, and you will have an opportunity to impact people across the country and the world. That struck me, and I changed my mind. I moved away from the father's hospital, joined Apollo, and the rest is history. And I think, again, looking back, this was a very important change that I made in my life. In 2016, I was diagnosed to be having leukemia. Anybody else would have taken that negatively, but for me, I had the support of the organization that I was working for, that's the Apollo Hospitals, the friends, the family, and I managed the next 9 months of intense treatment, and I recovered completely. At that point of time, I was immensely moved by the love and affection showed to me by everybody around me. So I wanted to give back something to the community and to all those who cared for me. And I sat down and thought, what were the things which would come in the way? And I quickly realized that my lifestyle was the biggest challenge. I was a severe diabetic, a severe hypertensive. I was grossly overweight and had all the bad habits that one could have, like chewing tobacco and stuff like that. So then I realized that if I had to give back something to the community and to the people I love, I needed to survive. So I changed my lifestyle. I changed my lifestyle completely. I moved from unhealthy eating to healthy eating, continuous and regular exercise for an hour or 90 minutes every day, sleep early, wake up early, no junk food, gave up on my tobacco chewing, and was very, very conscious about losing weight. What started off as 120 kgs, I am today 61 kgs. And that's a huge change for me, not just in terms of weight, but I feel much more active, much more energetic, and I feel that I am able to contribute a lot more to the organization, to the work, to people who work with me, and to the community in general. So that's another huge change which I could narrate to you in terms of change being the reason to survive, and survival being the reason to change. Life is about experiences and learning from them. I did learn valuable lessons through my experiences, and my mantra for change is the acronym PIN. P standing for perseverance, I standing for innovation, and N standing for nurturing innovation and change. It is important to understand that success is not the only end result of change. Bill Gates once famously said, "Success is a lousy teacher. It seduces smart people into thinking that they don't need to change further." It is therefore critical not to rest on your laurels. Life is not a marathon. It is one sprint after another. Irrespective of what stage of life you are in, be prepared to change, to survive, and survive to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with your experience that are so diverse and unique to your field. This has been truly motivating. If you can allow us, we would like to have the attendees ask some questions and have a discussion with you.
Sure. It'll be a pleasure.
So anybody who has any questions, I would request you to raise your hands and we can highlight you. So we have our first question from Ruchi Sharma. Ruchi, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my question is, as you mentioned that you switched from full-time cricket to medicine, and I think each one of come across such situations where we have to make some life-altering decisions. And I feel that while making such decisions, both the option seems good and it gets very difficult for us to make a choice. So what would be your advice on making such decisions in life?
Good question. I think there are two aspects to this. One is you need to look at the environment which you are in when you're making a decision. So when I made my decision to change from cricket to, let's say, medicine, cricket was never a career. There was no money in cricket. It was more a passion to play cricket. It was not a profession or a career as it is today. So I had to make a decision for a career. And at that point of time, medicine was a career and not cricket. If I had to make that decision today, in today's environment, I would have probably chosen cricket because there's a lot more money and a lot more opportunities in cricket rather than in medicine. So the environment around you is one factor which you would definitely need to consider when you're making a change. And the second thing is your passion. Don't let your passion go for any reason. Unless you're passionate about something, you would not succeed, even if you change. So look at what you're passionate about. And at that point of time, people may discourage you, people may not really support you for the change, but go with your passion and I'm sure you'll succeed. I think these are the two mantras I learned in life.
Thank you, sir. It was really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchi. If there are any further questions, I'll hold the floor for a little while. Okay, I think we have another question from Sanskriti. Sanskriti, go ahead.
Thank you so for an insightful session. So change has been constant in your journey. So what advice would you give to the budding leaders to inspire change in their teams?
Yep. Again, a good question. You're all going to be leaders. And one of the most important characteristic of a good leader, of a successful leader, you look at anybody in the world, and one important common trait of a successful leader is the open-mindedness and the ability to promote change, the ability to actually nurture change, and the ability to create an environment around himself or herself where people are not scared to come up and talk about ideas and new things. I think that is one very, very important quality for a leader. And I mean, I say this very often, and I probably said it during my talk also. A good entrepreneur is one who makes the decisions work, right? But a good professional is one who makes the right decisions. And if both of them work together, it'll be a great thing. So it is not only about change, but it is about the right change. And it is also about the change yielding the right results. So it's a little bit of a complex thing, but I guess life is complex, and for a leader to reach where he or she wants to reach, they would have to go through these complexities and understand this and inculcate this as a part of their personality. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanskriti, for your question. And thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out to answer our questions. Everything you've said has been a food for thought for all of us. And as a token of our gratitude, we would like to present a memento for you. So this is a memento as a token of our gratitude. We hope it reaches you in the physical form very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
To proceed further, we would begin with our third speaker for the day, Mr. Prakash Singh. Mr. Prakash Singh, a recipient of the Padma Shri Award, is a retired IPS officer who rose to the highest rank of Director General of Police. He has served as Chief of the Border Security Force, Uttar Pradesh Police, and Assam Police. He is considered one of the best police officers for his role as key architect for police reforms in India. Presently, he is the chairman of Indian Police Foundation and Institute and assists the Union Public Service Commission as an expert in the selection of all India civil services officers. He has also authored 7 best-selling books on a diverse set of topics. Sir, we look forward to your words of wisdom.
Thank you, TEDxIIMShillong, for giving me this opportunity to speak on a subject which has been, if I may say, mystically inspiring me. I would first like to start with a question. Can you live without the police? I'm sure the question would have flabbergasted you, and just to help you formulate your answer, I'll take you to 1977, USA, New York City, the intervening night of July 13 and 14. There was power breakdown in New York, and the result? There was looting, arson, vandalism on a larger scale. Why? Why did that happen? Because the criminals felt that they can have a field day, that the police would not be able to intercept them. The mere feeling that you will not be faced with the police gave them this freedom to create what was for New York a night of shame. Now you can say that in the Indian context, probably that would not apply because we are used to power breakdowns. But let us imagine a situation where we say on any particular day, say 5th of August, police is on a holiday. We will not take cognizance of anything that happens. Whatever crime takes place will not be recorded, will not be investigated. Imagine the situation you'll be faced with. It's difficult to imagine, but let me tell you, there'll be hundreds of murders, there will be robbery, there will be housebreaking, there will be car theft, there will be rape, there will be molestation. Every conceivable crime would happen within those 24 hours just because they know that the police is on a holiday and they will not record any crime happening within these 24 hours. So the inevitable conclusion is that we must have a police. The mere presence of a police has a deterrent effect on the criminals. But what kind of police? We want a police which is efficient, which is competent, which has good investigative skills, which is responsive, which is accountable, and which cares for the common man. That is the kind of police we want. Now, do we have such a police in India? That is the question. My answer is a partial yes and a full no. Or you can say yes and no both, but yes is very partial and subdued. No is quite emphatic. Yes, because there are excellent police officers who have devoted their life to the service of the country, but the large majority of them do not come in that category. And the popular image of a police is that of a corrupt force, an oppressive force, a brutal force, a callous force, an insensitive force. That is the kind of image that we have. Now, why is it that we have such a police? Have we tried to understand it? After all, the cream of the country goes into the Indian police service. The finest brains of the country constitute this premier police service of the country, and yet successive generations of IPS have not been able to improve the image of the police. Why? There are very strong constraining factors that you need to understand. Again, I'll take you back in my time machine. I'll take you now to 1857. What happens in India? There was a revolt across the country against the British rule. The revolt was, of course, put down. But it shook the foundations of the British Empire in India. And after the revolt had been put down, the British started thinking as to what they must do to ensure that such insurrections do not happen in future. And they hit upon the idea of having an all India police. And it was against this background that a police force was created in 1861 through the Police Act of 1861. Now, if you go through the minutes preceding the formulation of the legislation, you will find there is mention of a police force which will be, quote unquote, politically useful. Remember this phrase, politically useful police force. That is what they raised. A police force which would be subordinate to the executive, which would carry out its orders, right or wrong. It will carry out the orders. That is the kind of police force they created. Now, I don't blame the British for having created such a force because they were an imperial power. We were a colony, we were slaves. They had come here to rule. But the tragedy is that even after 47, when we get independence, the same police structure continues. In between, I'll take you again to 1902. There was a Fraser Commission appointed by the government of India to go into the working of the police, and they recorded certain observations. Every time I read those observations, I feel so very sad. The observations were that the police today is corrupt and oppressive. There is a huge amount of dissatisfaction against the working of the police. It is not properly trained. It is not properly supervised. These are the observations which they made in 1902. Why it makes me sad? Because 120 years down the line, even today, there is no change. Time seems to have stood still for the police. Why? It's very tragic, and it's a reflection of the working of the Republic, and it's a reflection on our system of governance that nothing has changed even more than 7 decades after independence. You see, at the time of independence, people thought that here is a force which had served the Britishers well. It should serve the Indians also well. And yes, it did serve. But there was no difference. The only difference was that the Gora Sahib was replaced by the Brown Sahib. And the police continued to be subordinate to the Brown Sahib, then in power. The absurdity of this arrangement was exposed in 1975 when there was emergency in the country, and large number of people, thousands across the country, were put behind bars. Why? Their only crime was that they were opposed to the government in power. The police framed fictitious FIRs containing frivolous allegations against people who had not committed any crime just to be able to put them behind bars. The excesses committed during the emergency were subsequently inquired into by the Shah Commission, which said that if a recurrence of such incidents is to be avoided, the police must be insulated from all kinds of external pressures. This was their salient recommendation, but the recommendation was just not accepted, let alone implemented. Now, not that there were no efforts to reorganize or restructure or reform the police. There were several commissions at the state level. There were commissions at the national level. There was a National Police Commission, which submitted a very comprehensive report in 8 volumes, covering the entire gamut of police working. It is what we call our Magna Carta. But the recommendations of the National Police Commission were also not implemented, except in a very cosmetic way. The core recommendations were just not touched upon. And the same system, the same structure, the same organization continues to this day. That is the reason why police is not able to meet the aspirations of the people, the democratic aspirations. Now, my own experience was very unfortunate. As a police officer, I served 35 years. And I found that every time there was a controversial situation and I tried to uphold the rule of law, I found myself pitted against the establishment. The establishment would want to protect the vested interest. And the result was I had to pay price every time. As Deputy Inspector General Meerut, I launched what I thought was a crusade against corruption. And for that, I was thrown out, I was disgraced, I was humiliated, and I was threatened with suspension. Fortunately, suspension did not materialize, but it was a very traumatic, the first traumatic experience of my life. Subsequently, as DGP Assam, I found that a situation was created where I had no option but to quit because I was not prepared to compromise. They wanted that the chief ministers will issue all kinds of farmans and you have to carry them out. I said, no, sorry. If they are not in public interest, I will not carry them out. And so I had to quit. As DGP UP again, on the one hand, you saw the government tom-tomming that law and order is our greatest achievement. We have given the state Bhay Mukta Samaj and Danga Rahit Pradesh. And in the same breath, they throw me out for political reasons. So, all these experiences were very disturbing for me. And at the end of it, I felt that no, something has to be done to change. Change has to be brought about. And so in 1996, I filed a public interest litigation before the Supreme Court and pleaded for radical changes on the basis of what National Police Commission had earlier recommended. Now, in the initial years, there was a lot of euphoria. My friends, my service colleagues, they were all very enthusiastic that after all, somebody has decided to take the bull by the horns and somebody wants to change the system. But after 3-4 years, when they found nothing moving, no results coming, they all lost interest. And it became a lone struggle for me, without any support, without any motivation from outside. But for me, once I was convinced that this thing has to be done, there was no stopping me, and I persevered. For me, it was ekla chalo re, but I didn't mind that. It was 10-year-long struggle, but at the end of it, the Supreme Court gave a historic judgment in 2006 for radical reforms in the police on the lines I had prayed for. And they devised a mechanism which recommended a mechanism which would insulate police from outside pressures. They made certain other directions also about the appointment of DGP, in a manner so that only the most competent officer gets elevated to the top post. They also suggested a police establishment board to give autonomy to police officers, senior police officers in matters of postings and transfers, and also that a complaints authorities be set up at the state and district levels to look into complaints of serious misconduct against the police. So while on the one hand they gave authority to the police, on the other hand they also introduced checks and balances. Now this was a revolutionary judgment, and we thought we'll see a new dawn. But that new dawn has not greeted us yet. Why? Because the political class is opposed to it, the bureaucracy is opposed to it. They want the status quo to continue because the status quo suits them. It enables them to have a stranglehold over the police and dictate terms to the police. But the Supreme Court has been monitoring the implementation of its directions, but not very effectively. But the battle continues, not that it has ended. And I would say that although not much change has taken place, but willy-nilly the states are being nudged and move slowly and very gradually in the direction of police reforms. And yet, but however, the results are disappointing because the struggle for implementation has now, from 2006 to 2021, more than 15 years have gone by just trying to get the directions of the Supreme Court implemented. I do not know how much longer it would take, maybe another 5 years, another 10 years, nobody knows. Now, when we talk of police reforms, I also want to make it clear that police reforms do not mean only the Supreme Court mandated reform. There are a whole lot of other things which need to be done to make the police more effective, more energetic. For example, there are huge shortage of manpower. Those deficiencies must be met. There are more than 500,000 people. More than 500,000 vacancies are there. Then there are shortages in infrastructure. Infrastructure in terms of transport, in terms of communications, in terms of forensics, in terms of housing. There are acute shortage. In fact, the police is an understaffed, under-resourced, overworked organization. And an organization working under severe constraints of complete executive domination. My contention is that you lay down the policies, you lay down the framework, but don't insist on interference in operational matters. Once you have laid down the policies, it should be for us to implement those policies, execute those policies on the ground. But they want not only to lay down the policies, but have day-to-day interference also. And that is what is creating all kinds of problems. The police reforms, let me emphasize, are absolutely essential, not only for good governance, not only to give the common man a sense of security, that my property will be safe, my life is protected, that my honor would be safeguarded, but also for certain other reasons, for the survival of democracy. I say this because today in the parliament, at every successive election, the number of parliamentarians with a criminal background is increasing. And today their percentage stands at 43, which I think is an alarming figure. What do you expect from these 43% of the people? Rhetoric? Yes. False promises? Yes. But genuine work? Well, very little, just to be able to win the next election and say that, look, this is what I had done for you. So that is the and my contention is that if you have genuine police reforms, a number of people whom we are forced to salute will be able to put them behind bars. And that is why they don't want police reforms. They don't want the police to be able to touch them. So for the survival of democracy, you need police reforms. For sustained momentum of economic progress, you need police reforms. You can't have progress in an atmosphere of disorder and lawlessness. You need a stable. Apart from that, then you need a professional police force to be able to deal with the separatist movement in J&K, with insurgencies in the Northeast, and to be able to contain the Maoist rebellion and a host of other problems. You need a professional police force which gives primacy to upholding the rule of law and which is held accountable and which is responsive. That is the kind of police force we want. How will this change come about? My contention is that this change will be brought about by you, the people of this country, the youth of this country. They will be the vanguard of the battle for police reforms. They must raise their voice. They must articulate their demand for police reforms. And once the politicians of the country realize that they may be even voted out of power if they don't support and carry out police reforms, they will be obliged to introduce these. That will be the beginning of a new dawn. A dawn where police would be looked upon as the protectors of the people, as the guardians of the people, and the police itself will become what it is today, a ruler's police. It will get transformed into people's police. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a powerful speech. It has been a pleasure to hear your thoughts on public issues concerning our daily lives and even the future course of progress for the nation. Sir, if you permit, there are a few questions from our attendees for you, and we would like to give them a chance to ask you the same. All right, sir. So the first question from you is from Paridhi. Paridhi, you can go ahead with your question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. So, sir, I would like to understand that how can we bring an impact of such a great scale as individuals? Like for a big change, such as changing the mindset of an institution itself, how is it possible for us to do it as individuals?
See, as you have to be a conscious citizen, you have to be an alert citizen, and you have to insist on, on two fronts. One, you have to insist on the police doing its duty, and you have also to insist with the government that police must have the necessary resources, the necessary manpower, the necessary equipment, and the necessary freedom to do the right thing. See, there are a whole lot of situations where we want to do the right things, but we get constrained. As I said, in all important issues, in all major matters, in all matters where big wigs are involved. Former chief minister, this, that. You hear, so many chief ministers. Lalu Yadav is to get judgment today. He was also in power. After all, I'm very conscious of the fact how difficult it has been to pursue the cases against him. About the former chief ministers of UP, it has been extremely difficult for the CBI to push the cases against them. It is the ruling authorities who put pressure on the CBI not to pursue the case, because tomorrow these people may also be doing those very things, and if the opposition is in power, they will haul them over the coals. So you have to wage a two-front battle. On the one hand, you have to assert your right as a citizen. You have to mount pressure on the police that no, you have to be doing your duty. And I'm sure, if you are an alert citizen, if you are a conscious citizen, if you know the law of the land, you should be able to throw your weight around. Maybe a lower constable doesn't listen to you. You can go to the next higher up, and there are senior officers always there, highly educated, and you will find them very courteous. All you have to do is to be able to reach them. So on the one hand, you have to put your pressure on the police, and on the other hand, you have also to put pressure on the government that police should have the necessary resources, the necessary equipment, and necessary freedom to do the right thing at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your question, Paridhi. One else also coming up with the question. All right. So, sir, we have another one for you.
Mm-hmm.
Paul has a question. Yes, Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So I wanted to understand, so how can business players and corporates have a societal impact? How do we stay in touch with our societal purpose along with building something which is identified as a private entity?
As a corporate group, look, you have huge stakes in good police and good policing. Because if there is not good police, find your corporate empire attacked, sabotaged, subverted, and you don't know what kind of lawless elements infiltrate into it and then create all kinds of problems. You have stake in a good police system in the country. And that is why soon after 26/11, I distinctly remember the corporate groups in Mumbai were very active. And they called me also to Mumbai. We had a long session with them. And we insisted that, look, you have stakes in a good police in the country, and therefore you should raise your voice. And you should support this movement to bring about transformation in the working of the police, in the structure of the police, in the kind of autonomy it should have. You must raise, because yesterday it was 26/11. You see, to be able to deal effectively with terrorism, to be able to deal effectively with any kind of situation, whether it's a terrorist situation, whether it's a communal situation, whether it's a caste riot, whether it's a student problem, whether it's a riot in Delhi or any other place. To deal with any such situation, you need a strong police force. You need a professional police force. You need a police force which feels autonomous in operational matters. In policy matters, yes, you lay down the policies, but it should be autonomous in personal matters. So initially there was a lot of enthusiasm in the corporate group, but subsequently I made, when I made efforts after a few years, that no, I wrote letters, in fact, to all the leading industrial houses of the country. You'll be surprised, I did not get one reply from any of them. they have thought that now things are moving, let them continue moving. See, we have unfortunately developed a habit of waking up only when there is a tragedy. And then, for a few days or a few weeks, we make a lot of noise. And after that, things get forgotten and we are back to square one. So that is the kind of psychology I noticed in the corporate world also. But I must say, FICCI has in its own way supporting the cause of police reforms, though not in a great way, but all the same, they have been extending some support. So corporates must realize that they have a huge stake in a good police system in the country, and they should support the movement for police reforms. That's the message I have for the corporate group people.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for answering our question, sir. We would like to present a memento to you as a token of our regard for gracing us with your presence in this event.
Thank you.
This memento shall be reaching you shortly in the physical format. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Aditi.
So the next speaker to address us today is Ms. Kavita Krishnamurthy. She's a recipient of the Padma Shri Award in 2005 and has received 4 Filmfare Playback Singer Awards. Kavita Krishnamurthy has recorded over 15,000 songs in 16 languages, including many in Hindi and other regional language films. We can't wait to hear her speak on the topic, Myriad Colors of Music in My Life.
Namaste, one and all. I would like to thank TEDxIIMShillong for having invited me to talk today. There are myriad experiences which we gather as we walk along the path of life, and foremost among these are the ones which relate to our profession, which definitely gives us the identity of who we are and what we have worked for the major years of our lives. In my musical journey, there are lots of colorful mosaics which fall into place like magic. At the start, like the very first sa that we learn, I can say the 2 families getting together as one, my Tamilian parents and a Bengali family of Bhattacharyas, who were inseparable friends, sharing the parenting of 5 children in one house, opened up both the South Indian tradition of Carnatic music and the Bengali tradition of Tagore music, and placed this family in Delhi, and the additional culture of Hindustani music also fell into place. I was the youngest amongst the 5 siblings and grew up speaking Tamil and Bengali at home, and of course listening to Tagore music, listening to Carnatic music. The great Madurai Mani Iyer and Masterji taught us Hindustani music. The first major mosaic of influence, I would say, was Masterji Shri Balram Puri, who inculcated and increased our love for music. And he would teach us classical music. At the same time, he would bring records of film compositions by the great masters of the 50s and the 60s. Studying in a convent school, I learned to enjoy English songs too. So, Binaka Geet Mala and the Friday Date with You were very joyous occasions for all of us when we sang along, and we also did the twist. By the time I shifted to college in Mumbai, my love for Hindi film music, those days the words Bollywood was not coined, dominated my other interests of music. And I love to listen to Hindustani classical music, especially Amir Khan Saab, who influenced me enormously and kind of transported me to a very serene spiritual world. One incident in my life which I can never forget is that my aunt and I arrived in Bombay, and we took a taxi to the Japanese Buddhist temple in Varli. And we had brought a letter which would enable us to stay there and for a few days till we found a place as a paying guest. But unfortunately, the head monk couldn't give us a room, and we were really stranded. And my aunt had no clue what to do. At this point, we met a stranger who said he would help us find a place. So we got into a taxi, and I was very surprised because my aunt is normally a very suspicious person about strangers, and she allowed him to direct us to another place. I still wonder how she trusted him. So we landed at another Buddhist temple, which was in the Bombay Central Hospital. There was a Nair hospital there, and we landed there, and there was this Buddhist temple, and the monks just had a look at us, and he opened the door and said, "You can stay here as long as we want." Now, this stranger didn't even wait for us to thank him. He just disappeared out of our lives. I will say that he was an angel and one of the brightest and the most colorful mosaics of my life. In my professional career, I have been influenced by a lot of composers and singers of different genres, and I imbibe by listening to their music. It's the small things that you learn as you go along which falls into a bigger picture, you know. Nothing is unimportant, because sometimes even listening to bad songs, you relearn what you should not be doing. And I think listening is a very, very significant part of ear training and discipline. In fact, one teacher scolded me at one time and saying, you are practicing these notes as like a laborer. You will stay in the same spot for many years, even if you practice it for 5 hours. What you have to do is bring life into each note. That's what makes sense. Well, so I would say working without passion or interest is not going to take us anywhere. But at the same time, I'm saying music is a passion, but what happens to the bread, butter, and jam that has to be on the table? And that comes from business. And about business, I really feel that perfecting the art again is very important. One legendary broadcaster, Mr. Amin Sayani, asked my aunt a question, and she took me to meet him. He said, Auntie, have you come to Bombay to make money? My aunt said, no. I want her to sing well. I want her to polish her art. Once she sings well, she will make money. I'm not worried about that. Let me go to the 70s when I first met Lata Mangeshkar and got the opportunity to sing with her. And her perfection and her total dedication to art will always stay in my mind. I will cherish it all my life. When the legendary singer-composer Sri Hemant Kumar gave me the opportunity to sing with her in Rajkamal Studios for a Bengali film called Shriman Prithviraj, I had 4 lines with her. Those days, songs were recorded with artists and musicians live in a recording session. Now, 2 mics were placed in the room. After having learned the song, I waited, and then the door opened and Lataji walked in. Of course, I was extremely nervous when I saw her, and my hands went cold and I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I had to sing the song with her, and I was actually so entranced watching her sing that when in the final rehearsal, when I had to sing my lines, I completely forgot. I got very, very gently rebuked, said, don't forget to sing your lines. And then the final take happened, and I sang the lines, and as I was walking out, she said, can I drop you somewhere? I said, no, Lataji, I'll take a taxi and go. And now I will, for her to show you her professionalism, dedication, I'm going forward by many, many years when we sang a song together, Lataji, myself, and Pam Chopra ji, and they were just, each one of us had few lines to sing. And what really happened was that we did the song together and we left. And after a month later, when I met her in another studio, she told me that she had gone back to do those 5 lines again because she felt that she had not given her best. Now, for a person who had already worked in the industry for 40 years or 50 years, to go back and do those 5 lines which she felt were not perfect really shows us how professional, how dedicated she is, and how she treats every song as if it's her first song. I think that is a very, very important trait that I learned from her. And another trait which I learned is not to use unnecessary embellishments or grace notes in a song, which will negate the importance of lyrics, emotion, and the personality of the star you're doing playback for. Coming to Padma Vibhushan Manna Deji, with whom I traveled all around the world, he was a great influence. He was a graduate from Scottish College, Calcutta. He was a boxer, he was a wrestler, and he was interested in football like most Bengalis. And he had a great sense of humor, but he was so serious when it came to music. He spent years of his life learning the traditional approach to music. But what really impressed me was his strong individualistic style of singing any song. Be it a Bengali folk song, a contemporary song, a romantic song, a Kabuliwala, he had, or even a Western song. he had his impact, and my understanding of his kind of music, which I really greatly admire, is that once you've set yourself and chosen the path of music, you learn or train yourself in whichever style you feel it suits the best for you. But you have to keep the antennas alert, and you have to keep your mind and heart open to all other influences, learning new skills, and admitting that the 7 notes of music have great, great possibilities. There are many ways to reach heaven. Lakshmikant and Pyarlal were like 2 peas in a pod, and they really thought alike. To tell you this, I'd like to tell you one incident where I was sitting in the studio and learning a song from Lakshmi ji. And at a certain point, Lakshmi ji looked at me and said, you know, I feel before the second antara, there should be a vocal alap. And antara is a verse. So before that, he said, I'm going to ask Pyare to put a vocal alap. And before he could communicate this to Pyare Bhai opened the singer's booth and he looked at us and said, Lakshmi, Kavita ji ko hall mein bhej dijiye. Second antara ke pehle maine ek alap dala hai, meaning that he had put an alap in the second music. I really got goosebumps thinking how these 2 people think so similarly in music. It was really, really magical instant. It was really a magical incident. Let me go to R.D. Burman. R.D. Burman personifies a mystical mosaic for me. So many colors of the Vibgyor, so many cheerful brooks, so many serene rivers, and a kaleidoscope of the world. When he composed a song, one felt that the 7 notes were just created by him. Same notes, different throw of voice, volume, syncopation, enunciation. One could learn a sea of things. It was like notes coming out of an Akshaya Patra. Let me give you an example of a romantic film song. Dil ne kaha chupke se ye kya hua chupke se kyun naye lag rahe hain ye dharti gagan प्यार हुआ चुपके से ये क्या हुआ चुपके से. Supposing I had to sing a bhajan, then all that would change would be my application of the notes. The notes are the same, the notes don't change much, but the application and certain grace notes that we take. Bhajo re bhaiya Ram Govind Hare Bhajo re bhaiya Ram Govind Hare. Again, supposing I go to another studio and I'm asked to sing a ghazal. A ghazal is, as you know, it's Urdu poetry, and it can be romance, it can be spiritual romance. Again, just the grace notes change. Muhabbat karne wale kam na honge, muhabbat karne wale kam na honge, teri mehfil teri mehfil mein lekin hum na honge, muhabbat karne wale kam na honge. Subhash Ghai, Shekhar Kapoor, Vidhu Vinod Chopra, Sanjay Leela Bansali, a lot of these talented visualizers. I was taught to perceive that the presentation of the song from the actor or the situational point of view was far more important than singing it the way I would want to sing. In the 90s, my generation of singers got the opportunity to work at their best and succeed. A.R. Rahman was like a fresh young breeze with novel ideas of arrangements, great understanding of the modern sound, and an introducer of fusion approach to songs. Just on a plain, simple harmony, sometimes he would make me sing my lines as many times as I wanted, improvising it differently each time. Then, I would go home, and months later, the song would come in the radio, and I would listen to it and say, oh, I think I have sung the song. But music had been added, chorus had been added, and a lot of my improvisations had been cut and pasted at different points, all sounding absolutely magical. It's a magic of editing and mixing. Great use of the technical facilities which were available during those times in the music industry. At this point, even if you stayed in the industry for many years, one had to be flexible to these technical changes, the methods and the styles of recording. It's like, having a piece of cloth which can be fashioned into a garment of any style, of any era, provided the material is not dated. Similarly, musical notes can be made to sound Western, Eastern, Arabic, Chinese, all based on the grace notes and the approach. Every note can be understood in different ways: depth, spirituality, virtuosic, entertaining, emotional, so many facets to it. And all this actually came more to my mind after I married the internationally known violinist Dr. L. Subramaniam. My perception of instrumentalists and music became wider and beyond Bollywood. He has been an innovator, a collaborator with international musicians of different genres. I got the opportunity to work with jazz musicians, world musicians, orchestras. I saw the evidence of music cutting through the barriers of caste, creed, and religion and color. Once on stage, these varied artists took the 7 notes and it became their language of their own communication. Within the same composition, one could hear the raga approach to it, a jazz progression, Western Baroque style, a rural color of another nation. Each person, so interesting to see them interpreting music in their way, in his or own style. No evidence of ego, but imbibing from one another. Like I said before, it's the same fabric, but it's how you fashion it in your own style and to suit one's own personality. The basic values remain the same: learning, listening, watching, mastering, evolving, emerging as an individual identity and succeeded in making your own mark. I love the number 7, not because it's my birth date is 25 and I'm a 7, but the 7 notes of music, Vibgyor, the 7 colors, the 7 Ds which characterize, I would say, success, like devotion, dedication, discipline, determination, direction, decisiveness, and destiny. Once we've set our goals and decided to walk the path and cross the obstacles, sometimes we have to cross the Rubicon. Being a social being, you acquire and you assimilate from people around you, collecting and stacking information and events in our brain. When I look back at my professional life, I see how my path has been lit by innumerable people who fell into place like a mosaic. Very mystical and divine. Like the sun that shines on us every day, shines on us and enlightens our life, I hope education and spirituality will enlighten the lives of my fellow beings. पूरब से सूर्य उगा फैलाओ जियारा, जागी हर दिशा दिशा, जागा जग सारा, पूरब से सूर्य उगा फैलाओ जियारा.
I think I speak for all of us when I say this has been a true delight for us. These life experiences intertwined with melodious notes were a beautiful demonstration of how our life can be really a mystical mosaic. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, Miss Krishnamurthy could not join us today. for a discussion. Nonetheless, we would like to present a memento to ma'am in absentia. We're very grateful for her contribution and definitely hope to host her very soon.
Up next, we have with us Mr. Nihad Panju. Mr. Nihad is an athlete, a marathon runner, and a motivational speaker all rolled into one. He was inflicted with tubercular meningitis at a very tender age. However, with his indomitable spirit, he went on to defy all odds and achieved wonders in the field of sports. Some of his achievements include the Tata Mumbai Marathon Dream Run. He was also the race ambassador for the One Nation Run, as well as Strive International Virtual 2.0 Run. He was also the race ambassador for Winter Cyclothon and Run. Along the same, he also conceptualized Run Strong, a platform to engage with and build communities to encourage a new generation of sports enthusiasts. We would like to hear what Sir thinks about this particular topic.
When you look at the people around you and peer past the surface, you realize that each one of them is metaphorically a mosaic. All of us start out as blank canvases which develop over the years. Influenced by nature and others around us, various events add color. All the people we encounter add the hues and shades. All the experiences contribute to shape our personalities. So all in all, it is a mosaic that comes together to give each one of us our own individualities. These parts, ladies and gentlemen, are the pieces that make up our own individual mosaics. But it's not just the externalities that shape the mosaic as it develops. It is the interaction of the individual. The acceptance, rejection, appropriation, manipulation of the individual that help each one of us carve out our own destiny, our own mosaic. So there's layer upon layer, each interacting with the other, and each adding its own twist to make up a harmonious whole. We start with family and environments we are born into, not chosen by us, purely by chance, involuntary. To that is added upbringing, values, ethics, siblings, relationships, bonds, creating the foundation for the rest of our lives, and defining how we interact with externalities. The next step is when you start school. You begin to learn how to interact with external influences, like your friends, teachers, and school staff, at the same time as your teachers imparting knowledge and helping you develop the ability to make your own choices. You soon realize there are some people you like and some people you don't. These individuals are your friends. This layer continues all the way through college and university, with a few tweaks, of course, but the principles remain the same. One then transitions to work life and assumes responsibility for one's parents, one's family, oneself. Everything you've learned earlier, tinged with the influence of your family, friends, and teachers, is applied in the real world, and your character is put to the test. Truly though, it is not only circumstances that shape what you become. At the core is who you are and what you are made of. The same hot water that softens a potato also hardens an egg. So in the end, it is what you make of what you've been given. My mosaic, however, started out a little differently. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm just like all of you. When I was 5 months old, I had to have a life-saving surgery, which left me with a left-sided hemiplegia, or a partial paralysis. But it did save my life. Initially, my parents battled to keep me alive and healthy. I was on strong medication for over a year, but I pulled through. Once I was a little older, my parents tried various treatments and therapies to bring back function to the left side of my body, which sadly made little to no difference. However, I continued to endure them, as the end goal was to make me independent enough to manage life on my own. When I was 10 years old, my parents found the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential in Philadelphia. That was a game changer. We learned that a brain injury may not be reversible, but there were ways to work around it so one can live with it and lead a normal life. It was a holistic program, and I had to leave school to follow the regime. It was a physical, physiological, intellectual, neurological reorganization and stimulation program, with my days lasting 12 to 14 hours, with no holidays whatsoever. The program was grueling, to say the least. However, it made a world of a difference, and there was a sea of change in every aspect of my condition. After 4.5 years of being on this path of relentless effort, I had improved enough to want to lead an age-appropriate life. I went back to school and then moved to Singapore on my own, where I graduated with a bachelor's degree. For want of physical activity, I started training at a gym with a group of young athletes who began training for the Mumbai Marathon. I decided to join them, much to their amusement. And as it turned out, I could not keep up with them at all. Little by little, over several months, with a lot of encouragement from my coach and dear friend, I managed to push myself to go the distance. My trainers, coaches, and these individuals who I train with every single day from that year on is a thick layer on my mosaic. Ones who constantly push me just that wee bit more to get the results I'm striving for. I finished my first half marathon in January of 2012. Since then, I've run 7 half marathons and a number of smaller runs. A few years ago, I was invited to take part in the Devil Circuit, which is a challenging obstacle course, and I decided to give it a shot. It was thrilling to a whole new level. Not that the marathon isn't, but it's a different kind of adrenaline as you crawl under and climb over things. And of course, the highlight, coming down a water slide into a pool of ice with your body going numb, waist down. I have successfully completed the Devil Circuit twice so far, and I hold the record for being the only hemiplegic athlete to do so. What I would like to leave you with is this. Each one of us has it within ourselves to shape our own mosaic, to be what we would like it to be. We just have to want it enough. And you know what? It takes a little bit of effort, but it's totally worth it. Find your passion and pursue your dream. Never mind what other people think and expect you to do. Go out there and make it happen.
Thank you so much, sir. Your journey is so inspiring and an absolute symbol of courage, determination, and grit. Thank you so much for joining us today to interact with the attendees. All those who have a question are requested to raise their hands and we shall be highlighting you. So the first question to you is from Anisha Jain. Yeah, Anisha, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. It was an extreme delight to hear about your journey and your achievements. As you truly said, it is important at the end of the day who you are, despite all of the circumstances. And it is truly inspiring for all of us. So my question to you is, who has been your inspiration throughout your journey? Are there any marathoners or runners who have inspired throughout your journey as a marathon?
Sir, your audio is on mute. If you could please unmute yourself and then start answering.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think the biggest inspiration for me has been people who push boundaries, who step out of their comfort zones to push their boundaries, and don't follow the status quo. I think that's my biggest inspiration and motivation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your question, Anisha. We have another question from Kirti. Kirti, you can go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Aditi. So first of all, thank you so much for that lovely talk.
Thank you for having me.
As you mentioned, you had a very rigorous training period during the initial days. So what was that one factor that kept you motivated to get up every morning and that still motivates you?
It was people telling me I can't do something. It was people that, people saying have realistic goals. Set yourself goals that you can actually reach. And that was my biggest um my biggest uh, what do you call it? My biggest hurdles that I could cross was because of that. Was people telling me I can't do something.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us today. So we would like to present you a memento as a token of our regard.
Thank you.
This shall be reaching you soon in the physical format as well. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
We would now like to take a short break, and we will request all our attendees to stay tuned as we resume at 5:15 p.m. Hello, guys. Thank you for joining us again after this short break. Next up, we have Phoebe Dale Longram, a professional race car driver from Shillong who secured a place in the first Formula National Women's team. She's also the first woman from Northeast India to participate in the JK Tyre FMSCI National Racing Championships and create history by finishing third. Phoebe turned out to be the first woman from Meghalaya to secure a place in the Formula LGB4 team. We're very excited to hear her talk now.
To live is the rarest thing in the world. Most people just exist. Oscar Wilde. Hi, my name is Phoebe Dale Nongrum. I'm a Formula 4 race car driver from Northeast India, Meghalaya, Shillong. Let me introduce myself a little bit more. I have been growing up in Shillong till till my high school, which afterwards I left for further studies. So as I was growing up in Shillong, I grew up to love sports. I used to play basketball. I used to play cricket. Like I love different types of sports. But one thing that would drive me wild on the fire inside me and get my adrenaline rushing would be a race car. So I used to my first love used to be a bike. Initially, I started learning how to ride a bike first, and then I learned how to drive. I used to ride around for quite a while, but then at the end, I think cars got to me more, and my interest in cars grew by then, and yeah. So as I was growing up, the only way that I could get myself as close to racing was to watch Formula One on TV or MotoGP. So these were the only two ways of me getting to so close to racing. As I was growing up, I thought to myself, okay, I have to study, get a job, and all that. And racing was like nothing like possible. It seems so impossible. So I finished my studies in Shillong till my 10th. My 12th, and then after that I'd left to Bangalore for my further studies for my degree, where I actually took time while studying to work to join a part-time job. I joined Red Bull then, and that is where I learned most of my racing. I got about racing. I had this boss in Red Bull. She knew about my passion, so she would tell me, she would encourage me. Oh, go! There's an event we're supporting. The event there's a racing event that we're supporting. So I was actually, I could actually go and learn. She would send me every time, and so this is how I got closer to racing bit by bit. But then at one point of time, I finished my college, and I left Red Bull, and then I worked for other companies as well. While working for these companies, I was content with my job. I was happy with where I was, but I think that I was more, I was more drawn to chasing my passion, that was racing. I didn't know how, I don't know where to start. But then what I thought to myself was, I was like, okay, let me save some money, because racing obviously is an expensive sport, and I'm going to need to fund myself. So what I did was, I worked and I saved my money. And later on, as the years went by, as I grew older, and racing was something which was quite an ongoing event in India by then. And there were motocross racing, there's autocross racing, rallies. And I thought to myself, maybe I should take a break from the studying and the working for so many years. Take a break for a year, give racing a try, and let's see where it goes from there. If it's meant for me, if I'm good enough, maybe I will reach further than what I imagine right now. So what I did was, I took a break for a year after all the working and studying. So I came back home, I took a break, came back home, and then I started I came back home and I started racing. It was a local race. My friend had encouraged me. He was like, "Oh, you're in town. You come on. There's an event. There's a racing event. There's an autocross. You should come. You should participate. You've always wanted to do this, but you've never had the chance. So you should take this opportunity." So I was like, "Yeah, of course." I didn't have a racing car then, but he was kind enough, and since he wanted me to race, he said, please, you can take my car and you can you can try it out, like, you can do your first race. So I did my first race in his car, and to my surprise, I competed in the women's category, and to my surprise, like, I won the race. And this was my first time, and I cannot explain the feeling that I was feeling at that point of time when I got up on that podium and took the trophy. I was like, wow, I did not expect this. I thought at least I would learn something out of it. I would experience something out of it. I just did not imagine that. I didn't know how I would be feeling, but the feeling was so good because at the end of it, like, I managed to actually do something that I've always wanted to do, something that I loved, which I thought was impossible. And all those years when I wanted to race, I always like thought to myself, I would never get there. But then I never let the fire in me die out. I'm like, okay, one fine day, maybe, one fine day I will get there. Maybe one fine day I will find that one opportunity and I will grab that chance and I will do it. So when that opportunity came to me, I actually took it without hesitation, without any hesitation. And as I was exposed to this racing for the first time, I definitely wanted a second time and a third time. The adrenaline rush is like amazing, and for me it was even more amazing that to actually realize that I am actually here where I thought I would never be. So through time, there came many more events of racing, and I would learn on where the event is hosted. I would participate in any small event also. Just for me to get some experience, to learn new things, to learn how to maneuver the cars, and I just kept going, kept going. And as I was going, I was learning new things. I was also like winning, and I wanted more and more and more and more, because I knew that finally I've reached the spot where my dream has come alive. So I didn't want to just stop and give up. And so as I was continuing the journey, there was this advertisement that I'd seen on on Instagram, where a man had planned on hosting a talent hunt for all women from around the country. And it was a talent hunt for women Formula drivers. He was starting up his team, his women's team, the first Formula women team called Ahura Racing. So the owner of the team is Mr. Sarosh Ataria. He started the team by hosting a talent hunt to select women drivers from around the country. I saw the post. I immediately called him and I was like, "Can I also join?" And he said, "Yes, it's welcome. It's for everybody from the country. All women drivers are welcome." So what I had done was I had actually taken. I had actually taken a seat and enrolled myself in the talent hunt, and I flew down to Coimbatore, where, to my surprise, there were about 60 women drivers who were actually competing against each other to get a spot in the first Formula Women's racing team. And Mr. Sarosh Hataria has become my mentor. He has become somebody who has taught me a lot about the racing world. And to my surprise, as we competed, 60 women were there. From 60 women, it went down to 24 women, it went down to 12 women, and then it was the top 6 lead drivers. To my surprise, I made it to the team. I'm driving for the team now for the past 3 years, and along the way, I learned a lot of other things. Mr. Saroj has taught me quite a lot. He has guided me. He's my mentor. And apart from the Formula 4, I also am looking forward to rallying, because I feel that when I initially started with autocross, I loved the dirt. I mean, rallying on the dirt is like, it's amazing. It's a different adrenaline rush altogether. So right now, the racing industry in India has, it's starting to grow. It's become bigger. It's more generalized. I mean, anyone can participate. Nobody is, being told to, oh, you can't do this. You can't. Anyone who wants to participate, if you have passion, if you have, if you have a dream to be a race car driver, you can always, participate. Of course, it's an expensive sport, so we have to have some funding from ourselves first, I mean, to start with. And hopefully, like, if you're a good driver, you're good enough, you find sponsors out there, because you would need sponsors, because racing is, like I said, expensive, and it's very difficult. And right now in India, there are many women racing drivers as well. It's like the industry is growing with many women drivers as well, and there is no differentiation between women and men. All of us compete. All of us are called racing drivers. All of us compete in the same competition. There is no one-sidedness. All of us are like just participants and competitors, and whoever's the best driver would win. So I would say racing in India right now is growing at quite a faster speed than before. And it is so amazing to see that there are women who have come out, to live their dream of being race car drivers, because this was impossible before for women, but now women are getting out there. There are young women who are who are married also, who come out now and pursue their dream in racing. So it's amazing to see everyone, every woman out there living their dreams now. So for my journey to come this far, started when I was little. It was very, it was something which was very impossible, but I kept the fire burning. So as I grew up, as I went through my journey in life, till I got to where I am right now in racing, and living my dream, being a race car driver. What I learned is, if you have a dream, if you have a passion for something, could be anything, could be a sport, it could be a talent that you have, it could be a skill that you have. you know of course the journey is never easy. You'd have to walk on nails. You would have to walk on nails. There would be days when you're going to be like so low, and you think that, okay, I got this far, but then now I'm stuck and I'm not getting any further. Maybe you'd feel like that for a week, for a month, for 2 months, but just hold on, because at the end of the day, if you believe in yourself, if you are positive enough, something would come around, and something would come around, and you will get your chance. You just need to hang in there, work towards it, find your opportunity, find your way on how to go about, or how to achieve what you want to achieve at the end of the day. Work harder, work harder, find ways to reach your goals. Set up, make a plan, set your goals, step by step, execute it every day, even when it seems impossible. Just keep going, don't stop. If everything is at a pause also, just hold on and hang in there, because at the end of the day, if you're not going to give up on yourself, you are going to make it out there. Even when it seems impossible, even if you're walking on nails, just keep going. The key is to keep going, and not give up halfway out there. So I would like to end this by wishing all of you out there who have dreams and who have skills and talents, who want to pursue your dreams, nothing is impossible. Today you might be sitting at home in in your room thinking that I want to be this person, or I want to share my talent, or I want to inspire someone. And if you're just going to sit there and not get out there and make an effort, then it will never be possible. So you should, when you have a dream, when you're thinking about it, or when you think that that's what you want to do, you should get out there, find a way, even if it's the smallest thing, grab it, because it has to start somewhere. So it could start with that small thing, and at the end of the day, you will definitely get on to the next thing. You will have more opportunities, and then you probably like reach your goal. So I would like to end this by telling everyone to keep going, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your journey with us. It is always an excellent experience to hear from those who made a path for themselves in new areas. Now, if you would allow us, we would like to open the panel for questions. If anybody has any questions, you could raise your hand and we'll highlight you.
Am I audible?
Yes, Ayush, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Ma'am, I would want to know that how would you describe your experience when you raced for the very first time?
Ma'am, I think you're currently on mute.
Yes, hi, sorry, hello. Hi, everyone. Sorry, this is a little bit of technical problem. Yes, what was the question again?
Ma'am, I wanted to know that how would you describe the experience when you raced for the very first time?
Well, I mean, what would you think, like, being in a fast car and actually driving it yourself? I cannot explain, but I think what topped it the most was the adrenaline rush. And when I was driving through the track, I think the adrenaline was so much so that I wanted a second time already when I reached the finish line, So it's something very, very different from just sitting as a passenger when you're actually driving and going at a fast, speed.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Ayush. If there are any more questions, the panel is still open. I think we have a question from Achal Chaudhary. Achal, you can go ahead and ask your question now. Achal, I think you're still on mute.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. Actually, I wanted to ask, how do you feel when you start the race? Like, what are the pre-race jitters that you feel?
Okay, so it's something which is really big, right? To drive fast cars. Of course, I feel the pressure. There's a lot of pressure that goes on. What I would do is I would never talk to anyone in the pits. I would not talk to my team owner. I would not talk to my teammates, nothing. I would just sit in one corner. I would put my headphones on and I would listen to, so I fancy metal music. Since I was a kid, I used to listen to metal music. I'm a big fan of metal. So I would just sit and calm my nerves by listening to metal music. And when it's time to get in, I just hop in the car, I get strapped on, and I leave the pits. That's it. And until the race is done, I don't talk to anyone until I finish my laps, and then I come back in, and then I start talking, because when I feel the pressure, I feel music is something that calms me down. And of course, I would prefer my favorite music, my favorite tune or genre. So yeah, then that's metal. So I think that helps me calm. Most people say metal music is too heavy, or we get a headache. But for me, it kind of calms my nerves. So that's what I do. I listen to metal and then get on the car and yeah, drive.
Okay, thank you, Achal, for your question. Do we have any further questions? I think we have a question from Shivam. You can go ahead and ask your question, Shivam.
Good evening, ma'am. I wanted to ask you about how the Formula One racing was previously viewed as a men's sport, and now it has been changing towards somewhat of a women-centric sport. Women are taking charge in multiple positions and as multiple orthodox places where it was not previously seen to be. How do you think this progresses, and how is this going to be changing in the next few years to come? How do you view this?
So Formula One, so there are different types of Formula racing. Like how we go to school and we graduate to the 10th standard, we start from 1. But in Formula racing, we start from 4 and we graduate to 1. So right now, there are many women drivers in Formula 4. And each year when they win a championship or when they get a podium, they graduate to 3, to 2, and to 1. So as of now, there are women drivers that have graduated to Formula 2, but no women as yet in Formula 1. But the good news is the FIA, that is the Federation of motorsports, they have worked their way to promoting women to getting as close to F1. And there is a different series, but okay, it's not called F1, but the cars are built closer to the F1 cars for the men, and the series is called the W series. If you look on Instagram, you'll find the W series, that's the women's series. So Formula One basically is for men, but right now we have the women's series. So we have championships every year, we have seasons every year, like how we have the F1. And also the best part is that they race alongside F1 drivers in the same tracks for all the seasons. So if there's a race in the Yash Marina for F1, there'll be a race a day before that for the W series, for the women's series. So as to say, right now in the women platform for Formula racing, we have actually come really, really far, because we have the women's series, for the F1 championship, close to the F1 championship each year. So this year would be the third season of the W series. There's a third year going. So there are many other women drivers now in F2. Mainly international, mainly not from India, because India does not have an F2 track, nor does India have like an F3 track, which they are actually trying to build one at the moment. Yeah, so hopefully when the women when they keep taking championships for the W series, maybe a team would, because you need a team to start up for Formula One as well. So if someone would want to start up a team for women, then we're in. That's all. We're just waiting for that one person to fund women in Formula One racing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present a memento to you. We hope this memento will reach you in a physical form also very soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All the best to you all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker for the day is Mr. Roshan Farhan. He's the founder and CEO of Go Billion. Go Billion is a Y Combinator-backed social commerce startup, globally headquartered in San Francisco, California, and the Indian offices are in Delhi, Bangalore, Kolkata, and Guwahati. Its mission is to make e-commerce social and accessible for the next 500 million customers in Tier 2 cities of India. He is the Economic Times Young Leader 2019 and also named as the World Economic Forum Global Shaper. Previously, he has an MBA from TEDxIIMShillong, and he's here with us as an alumni speaker. Sir, we are eager to hear from you on the topic, how to move fast and build something.
Hi, everyone. I'm Roshan Farhan, the founder, CEO of GoBillion. We're a Y Combinator-backed social commerce startup, globally headquartered in San Francisco and India offices in Delhi, Bangalore, and Guwahati. Today, it is my extreme honor and privilege to be in this esteemed event, TEDxIIMShillong, sharing my experiences of moving fast and building a company, especially from a small town in India called Guwahati, and what are my personal experiences that really drove this decision of building a company from scratch. I come from a very normal, background, right? Come from middle-class family in Guwahati. Of course, studied in the city, in small towns, did my schooling in college here, did my engineering from NIT, right? So, generally for any kid that you ask in 11th, 12th, especially was pursuing science, what next? It's either probably engineering or medical sciences, right? So I was one of those guys that feared for IIT, didn't quite make the cut. Fortunately, kind of got into it, through the EIEEE process and got into the NIT Silchar. Now, Silchar, for some of you who might not know that, it's a small town in Assam, in the northeastern part of the country. And those initial days in NIT Silchar were extremely, character building for me, right? But I'm not here to talk about my days in NIT Silchar or, my next step of doing an MBA from IIM, or let's say, what I did in my early corporate life. I'm here to talk more about what my personal experiences that really shaped my mindset and my worldview and really motivated me to build a company from scratch and move fast and execute well. As I mentioned, I come from a small town. There's a very interesting anecdote I want to share. The story of a small tea shop in Silchar, just outside my institute gates at NIT, where I used to frequently visit as a 20-year-old guy, probably in the summer of 2010 with my friends and family. This is probably one of those very warm afternoon summer evenings in the summer of 2010. After classes, it was my daily habit to go to this small tea shop just next to the gates, have tea with my close friends, probably talk about the day, about the daily life in campus, about which sports or event is being organized next, and just a normal humdrum of daily life, right? But over time, I got really acquainted and friendly with the owner of this tea shop. He was a middle-aged man, probably around in his late 30s or early 40s. And of course, over time, I tried to understand. We shared a lot of our stories of my own family, of my upbringing, of my daily academic life in campus, and also his stories as well, right? He had a small family, 2 daughters. Of course, he came from a slightly lower middle income segment. So his daily challenges in, of course, providing for his family, running a small business establishment, and in general, how he looks at life itself and the kind of convenience or services he avails, right? And that was a very formative years for me as well. And that experience really lasted with me of how people in small towns, especially the lower middle income segment or middle income segment, really kind of associates with life itself, right? And typically, what happens is, generally as we grow older, especially I spent a lot of time growing up and interning in Delhi and Bombay. I also saw the other side of the spectrum of how life is different, especially in terms of commerce or retail in the larger cities of the country. Now, of course, over time, I did my MBA from TEDxIIMShillong, and then started my journey in consulting, management consulting. Fortunately, working for some of the largest consulting firms in the world as well, Deloitte, EY, and Accenture. And I saw how the other half functions, right? I was fortunate to interact with a lot of industry leaders, work closely with all the consulting leaders, and saw how industry and businesses function on a global scale. But even though I was probably in the forefront of consulting and exciting work in the industry, a small part of me was still not satisfied. I still had the longing inside that I'm not doing what it needs to be done in terms of having a very fulfilling life. I'm sure a lot of you here in the audience would have seen the movie Swadesh, where the main protagonist was living in the US, working for a very large organization, still has this void inside him that he feels that he should probably go back to his small town roots in India and solve for the community at large. And I was no different, right? I came from a small town, very connected to the roots, and I had this longing back can I go back to my roots and solve something from scratch in my hometown, Guwahati as well. Now, typically what we saw was, the more I interacted with people in the large cities in Delhi, that's what I was based in, I saw the other parts and I started appreciating the stark differences in people as well. I want to share another story. This is probably Jan 2020, right? I was almost out of my corporate job, jumping full-time to entrepreneurship and had all the challenges possible. And very interesting story. I was actually in Guwahati at a point of time, and my best friend and now co-founder was in Bangalore, of course, in his corporate job. And he's someone I was very close to, pursued a lot of social activities together. And I remember making a phone call to him, asking him, hey, Kulpradeep, I need some advice on a couple of health supplements that I need because I just started working out. I always take his advice in anything around health and nutrition. So I made a phone call saying, hey, what do you use, right? Do you think I should use probably a specific brand of, health supplements or any, protein supplements as well? Now, of course, Kulpradeep mentioned that, hey, I'm using this product X and I buy from this website. You should probably buy that as well. So I remember telling him that, hey, I saw a lot of reviews online on all these big websites on e-commerce, but I don't really believe all of them, right? So I'm going to just go and believe what you say. Why don't you buy it from me as well? And he said, fine, I'm actually buying a packet for myself. I'm going to ship one to you in Guwahati as well. And that happened, of course. But I just remember telling him one thing, that whatever you do, give me the best deal or best bargain possible, right? And of course, the transaction happened. I got the product, started using it. But that got us thinking, even though I was, let's say, in Guwahati, spending most of my time in Delhi, Kulpati was in Bangalore, we still connected subconsciously to a small town roots. The small town roots being socially connected to friends and family. You see a lot of people in small towns, especially the middle income segment and the lower middle income segment, are very closely connected to the communities. We pursue a lot of hobbies together, a lot of shared experiences together. And even shopping itself is a very social affair. I have good memories of me going to the vegetable mandi or the fish market in Guwahati with my friends and neighbors and buying, let's say, vegetables for myself, and my friend is buying vegetables for his family as well. And we always try and bargain with the shopkeeper that, hey, why don't you give us a group discount because you're buying at bulk? So this behavior of buying together and seeking for the best deals was always ingrained, right? And that got us thinking, and that's what led us to start building our company as well. And at the cornerstone for us, I remember, during that same time, I remember the memory of the tea shop guy back in 2010 when I was in my early college days. And that memory came back strongly to me. And that's what got us motivated for building something for the Bharat, as we call it, the next 50 crore customers or the next 500 million customers in small towns who are extremely underserved by India's current e-commerce model, with very different needs and aspirations, and who are not part of the current e-commerce bandwagon in the most effective manner. Now let me tell you the second part of the story. Think of it like an intermission, right? Of what it takes to build a company and move fast and execute well, right? So now you understood that, hey, this was the formative was Roshan or myself, building a company from scratch, and what the reasons were building this company. But when I, of course, left corporate and deep dive into, really the actual work of building a company, and this is probably April 2020, the pandemic has just hit, everything just shut down, and all the market was closed. So it was a big challenging time. But our mission is very clear. We were very clear what we wanted to achieve: solve for these underserved customers very effectively. Now, for any entrepreneur that starts out, especially for someone like me, who's from a small town and doesn't have the social connections to raise investment very fast, it was a very big challenge as well. The first challenge we faced was the problem of fundraising or the problem of finances. I had very limited savings, and so did my co-founder as well. So we pulled in some of our savings, probably 3 to 4 lakhs, and we said, hey, let's use what we have right now and start something from scratch. And honestly, in this current market scenario, 3 to 4 lakhs is nothing, right? Especially if you're dreaming of building a very big company and moving very fast. But we are very judicious with the money, and of course started making those very small things happen, right? So the second thing I want to talk about is building a great team. We could not afford the best people at that point of time, but we are very clear on our mission. And we're so clear that when we went and talked to people, especially the early team members or the first set of interns who started working with us, they could really feel the energy and the passion and the emotions driving me and my co-founder. So the first set of people that joined us was extremely mission oriented, extremely focused that, hey, we'll be part with Roshan and build this from scratch and make a difference in people's lives as well. And of course, that fundraising problem still persisted. But with this initial teams, we started moving. We started making the small things. We started talking to more customers. We started visiting the markets. In fact, I have still so many good memories and actually character building memories where, because we could not afford a large logistics team or let's say a large supply team, I was going and doing the last mile deliveries. I was doing the actual deliveries to customers. I was going to suppliers and collecting and procuring goods, day in, day out. Tough days, no doubt. And of course, I'll be very honest and say that I actually had a very tough time managing end-to-end everything. But now when I look back, that was very character building that really helped me understand what the customer wants, what do suppliers want, what does every node in the ecosystem, how do they function? The small nitty-gritties are extremely important while building a company. And of course, fortunately last year, we got into Y Combinator, were fortunate to raise a large round, got some very solid global investors on board. And now we've grown significantly as a company. So between the time we kind of started the company and last year, December, we grew it almost 180 times between what we started and what we ended at. The growth was phenomenal, and that too almost at bootstrap capital. And the reason I think in retrospect, and I keep on discussing with my co-founder also very informally, that what led to things moving fast? What are the small decisions we made and which converted to, let's say, some amount of success for our company? I think, as I mentioned, I will repeat this again, understanding the customers is key. I've seen so many entrepreneurs force fit a solution to customers. You need to understand what the customers want and then develop a product or a solution around it. It cannot be the other way around, where you've already developed the product or you're trying to force fit an idea into the customer's mind as well. Secondly, you have to get your hands dirty. Both me and my co-founder were really invested in the space. We worked day in, day out, hit the market on the ground running, and really interacted with every person possible in the ecosystem, so that we have a very holistic view of the problem and what you're solving. And lastly, and most importantly, really listening to the feedback that comes in. We should not have any sense of bias or ego. Sometimes I've seen some founders have that, hey, I know this problem the best, and I'll never listen to any feedback that happens, right? That's not the wrong way to go about it. We are absolutely humble. We're absolutely grounded to the ground, and we listen to feedback that came. And of course, we prioritize what was important, what was the most important thing that we should solve now, and maybe which one we should schedule for later as well. And some of the most amazing experiences when I go and talk to customers now is how we have managed to make a small difference in their day-to-day lives, right? When they interact or buy anything from a company, of course, they have a very good experience doing that as well. And lastly, what is very important also, and actually the most important piece now that I think about is getting the right co-founder, getting the right person to build the company with. It's almost like a marriage. You're married to your co-founder for life, professionally speaking, right? I was fortunate and privileged to be building our company with my best friend for the last 15 years. Of course, we met at undergrad, did our computer science together, but we were absolutely connected as individuals. Right? We understood the blind sides that we both had. We understood the strengths that we both had. We were just a natural fitment, an extremely symbiotic relationship that we shared each other. And both of us come from very similar backgrounds, socio-economically speaking, small towns, tier 2, tier 3, studied in Silchar, as I mentioned, the same case story example. And of course, that we started building this together as well. But getting that co-founder is extremely important. So once you check those 3 check boxes, right? Getting the right co-founder first. Secondly, going after a very large market. We were very clear that we are solving for India's 500 million customers in small towns, the next frontier of India's e-commerce growth. And thirdly, getting tremendous traction and growth on the ground with limited amount of capital possible. And fortunately, we were absolutely focusing, executing, not getting distracted by the noise of someone else raising funds or someone making that big acquisition. And that proved to be a strong enabler for us to grow very fast as well. And typically, I'm going to share one interesting photo of some of our early successes. But this is a photo that is very close to my heart as well. If you can see my screen, this is a set of customers we've served recently in one of our target markets. They come from the lower middle income or the mid-income segment of society, but they're extremely happy. And the reason I want to share this image with you, I find is very personally motivating, right? The fact that we can go to the set of customers, introduce a new way of buying and making a difference in their lives is very powerful and motivating for me. At least that's what makes me feel happy at the end of the day when I probably settle down after hard days of work as well. Net, I want to summarize by saying this. Number one, when you look at the overall picture, probably my story might feel like a textbook example, right? Came from middle class family, did not have probably all the facilities or exposure required. Did his BTech from NIT, did his MBA from IIM, worked in consulting for a bit, then started a startup. But as I mentioned, life has come full circle, right? What I like to share is, if you really are shaped by your personal experiences, if you really believe in a mission, you can make a company possible. You can make any vision into a reality. What is very important is moving fast and building fast. There's this quotation that I get really inspired by. It's on Facebook, where they say, move fast and break things. That's been a guiding principle for me. It's okay to make mistakes as entrepreneurs. It's okay to make mistakes as early professionals. What is very important is you keep on experimenting. You're not afraid of failure, and you move very fast. And the slight dichotomy being that once you move fast, you're also aware of what the downside can be. It's not like you are making a like a random throw in the dark. So you have captured all the situations possible, that if this works, this is what might happen. If this doesn't work, we will have the downside covered and of course move on. But it's super important to move fast, getting your feet off the ground and building something from scratch. Today, I'm extremely thankful that I got this opportunity to share this with such an esteemed audience. And it is my privilege to be making a small change in India's small towns. This is Roshan Farhan signing off. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for such an energetic delivery of your thoughts and experiences, sir. If you allow, there are a few questions that people have, the attendees that are there here with us. So shall we start with the Q&A session?
Hi, everyone.
Hello, sir. Just wanted to ask you if we should start with our Q&A session.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to.
All right. Okay. So the first question that we have for you is from Amit Saxena. Amit, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. It was a very inspirational talk. Sir, I want to understand that you went from consulting to launching your own policy initiative, Brahmaputra Dialogue, which was very inspiring. And you told us the journey of launching Go Billion as well. I want to understand what was the common thread, how you took a leap from consulting to launching your own policy initiative and going further into a startup business in which you are doing very well. Y Combinator has made an example of.
Absolutely. Thanks, Amit, for the question. So I think now that I think about it in retrospect, right, my guiding principle or my fundamentals are very, very clear, because I was very proud of the roots I came from, being from a small town city. So I always was kind of motivated to solve for the small town. So even though I went to consulting, my agenda was very clear. In fact, I wanted to actually start off directly from IIM itself. A lot of my mentors told me you should probably join consulting and get that real world global exposure, really understand how business operates at scale, and of course then come into something, and which of course I took as a great advice and did that. But I was very clear at the back of my mind that, hey, I should probably work in consulting for 3-4 years, get the best of the knowledge out, then of course start something. How Brahmaputra Dialogue happened, of course, it was an informal policy initiative that I started with a good friend of mine in Delhi. But again, we are optimizing for small towns, right? We're doing a lot of events and policy roundtables in Guwahati and a couple of smaller towns, of course some in Delhi as well. But the small town connection is always there. And of course, how Go Billion came about, as I told in the story, I was fortunate to see both the sides of the coin of how commerce operates in the big cities of India, be it a Delhi or a Mumbai or Bangalore, and how the experience is so different for people in small towns, especially in tier 3, tier 4 towns. That was always something that I really connected to. How can we make the experience better? How can you get this next set of customers from small towns on the mainstream, e-commerce economy? And that is how I think the common threads connected, right? I think it goes back to my childhood of coming from a small town, really understanding the customers and users and solving for different needs at scale.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing.
Thank you for your question, Amit. Next in line, we have Ayushi. Ayushi, once you're highlighted, you can go ahead with your question.
So, Thank you so much for such an inspiring talk, first of all. So, we heard about your challenges that you faced during your journey, but I would like to know about your learnings from your entrepreneurial experience thus far.
I think, thanks for the question, Ayush. I think pretty much, what I covered, and of course, I've learned this the hard way. There's no faster or easier way to learn this. What I've realized, entrepreneurship is a very fulfilling path to kind of go on, but also very tough as well, right? And there's no shortcut to success, or there's no shortcut of kind of getting this knowledge out. I think, again, coming back to three main principles, right? One, of course, getting the right co-founder is super important. Someone who is a great dynamic and, of course, who understands you as a person as well. Number one. Number two, getting the initial founding team very correct. The culture you build in the team and the initial days can make or break your startup. It's, of course, important to chase, targets, paid revenue, customers, any target that you have for your startup. But what is very important is getting the right initial team members who believe in your mission and have the right culture alongside it. And thirdly, of course, really understanding the customers and talking to customers day in, day out. Ultimately, they are the people you're solving the problem for. They are the reason why your company exists. So if you probably don't do a good job in probably understanding the customers, you will not do a good job in building out product or serving them well. So those three things, right? If I have to really prioritize, there's a bunch of other things as well, but that's pretty much the most two or three most important things: getting the right co-founder, getting the right initial team, and most importantly, talking to your customers and really understanding them. The investment, everything else follows this, right? This is how you start, and of course, everything else is the effect of this.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for your question, Ayushi. Thank you, sir, for taking up the queries, and we would like to present a memento to you for joining us as a guest speaker today. This will be reaching you shortly in a physical format as well. Given that we're in the virtual capacity, this is how we would like to present it to you. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm sorry, sir, you put yourself on mute. If you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm saying thank you so much for having me. Absolute honor and privilege to be part of this TEDx event. Really well organized, especially even more of a privilege because it's organized by my alma mater. So really glad to be here. And thanks, guys, for this opportunity.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
So up next, we have Ms. Suman Gopalan with us. Ms. Suman Gopalan is the Chief HR Officer at Freshworks, Inc., where she guides its global people strategy to engage, develop, and care for its worldwide employees. Previously, Ms. Suman led the global and regional HR teams for the Nielsen Company, Dell Technologies, and Whirlpool. She holds an MBA in Human Resources from XLRI Jamshedpur. She's an active mentor for young women leaders and is the co-founder of the ACT Women Initiative. Ms. Suman was recently awarded the Accenture Vayani Equality Championship of the Year Award and the ET Prime Women Leadership Awards 2021 for actively promoting diversity and inclusivity at the workplace. We would love to hear Ms. Suman speak on her topic, breaking the rules while hiring.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to be a part of TEDx at IIM Shillong. Some rules are meant to be broken, especially as it relates to hiring and assessing talent. When looking to hire talent, companies oftentimes focus on finding employees who fit a certain box and meet specific criteria such as educational background, experience, or the famous one, which is fitting into a company's culture. Now, talent war is a phrase that we have all heard so often for so many years. There's so many young people who are entering the workforce today, and yet we continue to say that there is a talent shortage. I think it's about time we think differently and let go of some very long-standing practices when it comes to hiring. At Freshworks, we think outside of the box. We hire to add to our culture, not just to fit our culture. In our Freshworks Kudumba, which is the Tamil word for family, as we like to call our team, you'll find an amazing number of really talented and passionate individuals. People who've been hired because of their energy, their eagerness to learn and grow, and as well as their drive to perform well for the company as well as for themselves. We believe that if you truly enjoy what you do, that's when you can create magic. So, what is that secret sauce? While serendipitous hiring can occur, finding bona fide experts in a certain area who also happen to be passionate about what they do, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. It's not always the case. That's why we say that sometimes you need to find a role that matches an employee's talent rather than an employee's experience. We believe that there are no bad hires, there are only bad fitment. And this is where breaking the rules actually comes in. As a growing organization, we face the challenge of finding the balance between breaking the rules versus when it comes to hiring for actual experience and functional expertise. It's one thing to do it for an organization which is, say, 200 employees, but quite another when you have 4,000 plus people. So the question is, how do we preserve this as we grow from our former state as a startup to a now public company? How do we continue to hire curious, passionate, and driven employees and find the right role for them while continuing to be functional? How do we instill order amongst this chaos? I'm not quite sure what the clear-cut answer is, but I know that it is possible, and I will tell you why. Because we've been breaking the rules, of course within limits, since the beginning of Freshworks, and we continue to do so as we continue to grow as a company. Our CEO Girish has been known to think differently when it comes to hiring individuals. He has a very keen sense of when a person can add value to our organization, even if the skill match to a particular role is not quite there. Often he finds the person even before a role exists. I think the secret to that lies in what you are looking for in an interview. Oftentimes, we're looking for what we believe are right answers to the questions we ask when we interview somebody. Instead, if we focus our conversation on understanding the individual, what drives him or her, how they work, what makes them tick, you'll have a much better chance of finding that fit with your company instead of simply finding a knowledgeable individual. Let me tell you a story. Take the story of Srinivas, for example. When our CEO Girish was getting Freshworks off the ground, he was living in an apartment complex in Chennai. And Srinivas managed the apartment complex facility and the maintenance of it. Girish and the residents in that complex were always forever grateful to Srinivas for the work he did and with the kind of dedication and integrity with which he performed his role. And they were all very sad when Srinivas chose to, move away from their apartment complex and go work somewhere else. Growing our roots in Chennai instead of a big tech city like Bangalore, for instance, meant that many of our employees traveled to work and restaurants were not easily accessible around our workplace. So Girish decided to bring the meals, snacks, and other needs inside our facility. This was a huge undertaking that required strong management capability, integrity, and trustworthiness, as the role involved many moving parts, including managing inventory, supplies, quality, and so on. So Girish called upon Srinivas to take that job. Srinivas had never really managed corporate facilities, and he wasn't really sure if he could do it. However, what Srinivas brought was his tenacity and integrity to the role. In short, he actually cared. So Srinivas would arrive 30 minutes before each meal to run a quality control check on the food to make sure it was fresh, it was hot, it had the right ingredients, it was the right temperature. In the rare event that an employee expressed dissatisfaction, Srinivas would personally take it upon himself to make sure that the issue was fixed, and he would go back to the employee to let them know that it was taken care of. Today, Srinivas oversees our entire F&B portfolio and manages some of our key administrative roles such as sourcing workplace infrastructure, etc. I'm delighted to share that even today, after 7 years, he continues to be one of our most passionate employees. Somebody who would have never dreamt of a career in a corporate world, and yet today is one of our most successful employees. Over the course of my time at Freshworks, I have learned that every once in a while, special moments like these reinforce your belief in the company values. And while that certainly shines through in our story about Srinivas, I want to tell you another story, which is that of this bright young girl called Anna. Anna joined Freshworks in 2012. She was hired fresh out of college as a part of an off-campus university drive that we did, and she joined our marketing team. In her interview, she was obviously smart, had stellar communication skills, and of course was driven by passion to do well in her career. While she started off in marketing, she quickly found that it really wasn't the right fit nor the right time in her career to take on the role, as she really struggled to find something that she loved doing. Now, we're committed to finding our most passionate employees the right role. Like I said, there are no wrong hires, there's only wrong fitment. So we sat down with Anna, rather Girish sat down with Anna to really understand what makes her tick. Ultimately, she joined the customer support team and found her true calling, which is talking to customers. She won the love of our customers because she owned their problems, coordinated with the developers to find resolutions, kept customers appraised of the actions being taken to resolve their issues. She became a customer's advocate from within the company. She grew so much in her role that she earned the Customer Success Hero Award at the CS Summit in 2014. Now, Anna has experienced what we call a full circle in her career at Freshworks. Her passion for customers and conversations with them and finding the right fit within the company has led her back to a marketing role, as she originally intended to when she joined the company. Today, she leads what we call as customer marketing. Her experience really shows that hiring a passionate individual and giving them the opportunity to find the right role can pay off for them in terms of success and achievement. And of course, the company just earns so much more than just a competent individual. The final story that I want to share is that of an individual named Prasanna. Prasanna joined a corporate social responsibility team, or the social impact team as we call it, after spending her first few years at Freshworks in the pre-sales. Moving from pre-sales to social impact was quite the jump, but Prasanna had the drive and the determination. She said that, she believes that certain moments of impact shape our lives, and it's moments like these in her life that have helped her define the direction and experience while bringing her heart closer to the values of our organization. You see, Prasanna once faced a life-threatening illness that made her take a leave of absence from her work. But thankfully, she persevered and rejoined Freshworks. Since then, she's always been drawn to giving back and helping others, and it was when she was volunteering at a school with HIV positive students that something just clicked. She noticed that students worked diligently and didn't spend much time relaxing. When she questioned the warden about this, he explained that the students worked hard because they hoped that one day they would see a cure for their disease and will take everything they had learned to live long, fulfilling, successful lives. This was the moment that Prasanna knew that her purpose was really in the social impact team, and she joined the Freshworks CSR team. She did so just as we were experiencing the second wave of the COVID pandemic, and her teammates were out recovering from COVID, and she learned how so many employees and their families had been impacted by this as well. So very quickly, Prasanna put together a task force to help secure the resources that people needed, and she and her team were fully engaged in helping all our employees, their families, and the community at large as well. Today, she remains one of the most passionate employees dedicated to making a difference within our organization, as well as in the communities that our employees live in. It's stories like these that make our Freshworks Kudumba unique and diverse. They are what make breaking the rules so easy when you find what makes them tick, when you find passionate people possible. Because passionate employees are empowered and driven to do what they love. Breaking the rules for employees like that pays off many, many times over. In closing, here's what I would like to leave you all with. Talent is everywhere. Let's not gauge talent narrowly as just knowledge or capability. It's far more than that. It's about finding what you are inherently good at. It's finding what you enjoy doing and what drives you. Everything else you can teach or you can learn. So let's break some rules and win this war on talent. And to all of you setting out in your career ahead, here's what I would say. Seek your passion and find your purpose. Wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing such profound learnings with us. Your experiences have added commendable value, which all of us shall carry to our corporate lives. Now, if the ma'am permits, we would like to open the floor for some questions.
Hello there.
Hello, ma'am. So we would like to open the floor for some questions. So anybody who has any questions, you can raise your hand and we'll highlight you.
I see 2 raised hands in the attendees list. So we'll just highlight, we'll just highlight them one by one, and then they can ask the questions.
Sure. So we have a question from Unnati Gupta. Unnati, please go ahead.
Hi, ma'am. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for this inspiring session. My question is, while breaking the rules and transcending beyond the legendary hiring practices is definitely the right thing to do, it might not always be easy given the fixed and rigid mindset of people. So as the budding managers of the future, what do you think we should, how we should deal with these challenges?
Sure. See, the thing that I will tell you is you don't have to break the rules for every single hire you make, right? What you should keep is an open mind and know that you don't need to always define talent by a piece of paper called their resume, right? Have an inherent belief in capability of people. And the best thing to look for is work ethic, attitude to learn, and passion for their craft, right? Everything else you can teach. So you will all be in positions of power in positions of responsibility where you will manage teams, right? So this is one of the things that I would tell you is think differently about the talent you bring on, bring in diverse talent, be ready to experiment, and really unleash talented folks on big roles and watch them shine. Right. So you all are really going to make this happen because, folks like us, we've spent a long time in our careers and at some point we'll step off that. But you guys are going to be the future in corporate India and, in the corporate world everywhere. And so I would really invite all of you to think differently about talent and really challenge yourself to think that talent is everywhere, just that we all don't have equal access to opportunities. And so when you're able to find what drives people, when you're really able to find capable, motivated, hardworking individuals, taking a chance on them always works out. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you for your question, Unnati. Up next, we have Aditi Pathak. Aditi, please go ahead.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for such an insightful talk. So, ma'am, you actually mentioned some people being selected to work in an organization even before you guys can think of a role for them. And what I wanted to ask is, what is actually looked on in candidates that kind of sets them apart? Like not seeing the experiences and past records, how do they actually find that kind of fitment?
I'll give you a real example, right? Right now, I'm actually interviewing for a role on my team, and I get to meet a number of different candidates as part of that. Some of them write to me on LinkedIn, some of them come through, applications that they sent in for the role, all of that. And just about a month back, I was speaking to this individual who doesn't really have the experience that I'm looking for this role, because it does need a little bit of the functional technical side of it, right? But she's just outstanding in the passion that she has to learn. And she's demonstrated ability to go into a role, learn and scale. And I'm actually trying to create a role for her because I do think that she has huge potential to do great things, right? So that's the kind where I'd say, you will come across as you're meeting people. First of all, the thing that I would tell you as an HR practitioner, a manager, in all my years of experience, I'll tell you, hiring never stops. So never say no to meeting people. So the one thing I always do is whether or not I have a specific role on my team, I'll always meet people, right? And that is when some people stay in your mind as having had this wonderful interaction. And you always walk away learning something from them. Right? Interviews are not always about understanding, what your qualifications are, what your experience is. I always look for, can I learn something from this individual? Is there something that really they bring to the table that I've never seen before? Once in a while, when that happens, you just go all out and see, is there a role I can create? Because I'll tell you, in many growing organizations, right? Even Roshan, who spoke before me on this one, is running a huge startup, right? And there's always this need for talent. And so when you spot that fire and that spark in an individual, I'd say always find if there are ways in which you can bring on. That's what I'd say, right? So always be on the lookout for talent. Some you'll be able to hire right away. Some will stay in your mind. And that's really how you kind of build your network as well.
Yes,
thank you, Aditi.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi, for your question. I think we have one more question from Jai Kishan Rajani. Jai Kishan, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such really inspiring stories. And in your talk, you had explained that the passion and drive a candidate brings to the table are the qualities that make for a great hire. But more often than not, a candidate is just as passionate when they present themselves as enthusiastic. But in reality, when people who do not appear very enthusiastic or energetic end up being really passionate. So how would you recommend that we make this distinction and gauge the candidate for who they are in reality?
So you made that distinction right away, Jai Kishan. Passion is not only about energy and enthusiasm, right? Passion manifests itself in many ways. And that's why it's really important to spend time understanding the individual and what makes them tick. We generally look at, tell me about the body of work you've done and all of that stuff. But if you dig deeper than that, why did you do something? Why did you make the choices you made? What kind of roles really drive you? What about the role that you really like for? Those are the things that really help you get to the core of what drives this person. Right? Generally, we associate passion as, just this outward manifestation of enthusiasm. That's not what it is. Passion is what drives you, what really makes you want to go over and above. Because the example that I gave of Prasanna, right? You can put anybody in social impact role, right? Because I find somebody who's really capable, can do really good project management. We actually run a software academy, can really do it. All of that is the qualifications I would look for. But what drives Prasanna is this inherent want to actually do good. And so when COVID hit, I will tell you, we had this internal COVID channel that worked 24/7. All of these folks actually did it over and above their day job or their night job, depending on which shift they worked in. It had nothing to do with, their OKRs or their objectives we were meeting. It was just the passion to be able to help people and be able to give back, right? And when you really spend time with an individual to understand what roles do they enjoy, what kind of interactions do they enjoy, understand a person, not their CV. And that's when you will understand what drives them. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. It indeed was insightful and a thorough pleasure interacting with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Jaikishan. And thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing us today with your presence. We would like to present a memento to you as a token of our gratitude for you joining us today. We hope this memento also reaches you in a physical form very soon.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure and privilege to be a part of this. How I wish we had had this in person. I would have loved to meet you all in person, but hopefully some other day. I just want to say, wish you all the very best. And I wish you great success and a great future in your careers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank all of the joinees, faculty members, administration, and the entire IIM Shillong fraternity for making this event a huge success. We would like to extend our vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing our event, as well as for sparing a few minutes of their valuable time to answer the very interesting queries that were put forth by our attendees.
TEDxIIM Shillong has been an honest embodiment of ideas, expressions, and conversations that inspired all of us. And we hope to continue walking on this journey of making TEDxIIM Shillong bigger and better every year. You shall be receiving a participant survey shortly via mail, and you're all required to fill the same diligently. For now, we thank all the participants wholeheartedly and hope that they had a great time. Thank you.